Affix or affix. Pet the dog and there may be nibbles. All right, cool. King Konger's in here. That's funny. Okay, so this is content that's already in the game. Nice. Was it the Undercity? All right. Astaroth. Why is there no sound? There should be. Give me a sec. Ba-ba-ba.
Celestial Surge. That is the tooltip for one of the 5 catalysts that you can actually equip. It is the one that
hear the video
causes
now?
a star storm
I'm so sorry.
to fall on enemies.
What a failure of a streamer.
Side, we have the Smoldering Ember,
my bad.
which is an infusion. So this will make Celestial Surge a fire version of the catalyst. So you will need to slot Celestial Surge, and you're going to have to assign it to one of the skills on your hotbar. So in the middle section, and we'll have a video to kind of show this, but basically you assign Celestial Surge to one of your own skills,
and
when you use that skill, it invokes
like I saw the volume over here going to the stream, but I had to fix something else
applied to it. So let's take a look at what that actually looks like. So here we are, kind of tinkering with our Heraldric Spellcraft in the UI. We're going to equip Celestial Surge, and we're going to assign it to our rightmost skill, which in this case is Lightning Storm, I believe. So whenever we cast Lightning Storm and Celestial Surge is off cooldown, we are going to cast Celestial Surge in addition to channeling Lightning Storm. Now, we can't use Celestial Surge, like I said, unless we have an infusion equipped. So we are also additionally going to equip Smoldering Ember and make that Celestial Surge a fire version of itself. And Dan, luckily for you, this makes it so it destroys Waller Elites as well. So for anyone else out there that also dislikes Waller Elites, this will cause Celestial Surge to break those walls down, which is pretty great. It will also turn off chilling winds as well. So yeah, now we have a functional spell. So let's go in. We're casting Lightning Storm, and we also see these stars falling. Not a very fun time for them, but a pretty great time for us. Everyone explodes, and we have a good day. Awesome.
Okay.
Now, there is a third
cool.
component to Heraldric spells. It is called Arcana. So with Arcana, you don't need Arcana equipped for your Heraldric spellcraft to function, but it gives it a bunch of awesome extra effects. So we have
you're
three
just buffing
examples
the
here. I'll
spell
go over
powers.
this really quickly. We have the Sapping Crux. It causes your Catalyst to also apply Vulnerable for a pretty substantial amount of time, so you can effectively solve Vulnerable through this system. We have Reactive Ooze, which causes you to generate a pretty substantial amount of your resource every second for the next 10 seconds, so you can potentially solve your resource through that. And then we also have Sharpening Gizmo, which will blast people for quite a bit of physical damage and increase the lucky hit chance of your Catalyst. Spoiler, your Catalyst has a lucky hit chance, which can be really, really useful. Now, we also have some fancier Arcana. These examples are Magic and Rare Arcana, but the Nightmare Orb is Legendary. So Legendary Arcana is a bit different in that each of their effects differ based on which Catalyst you apply them to. So these two tooltips might look the same at first glance, but they're actually for two different Catalysts in the game. The left-hand side one is specifically for Propulsion. So it causes Propulsion to additionally fear enemies, and while they're feared, they periodically explode, which we will also check out. It sounds very scary, to be honest. And then on the right-hand side one, we have the Disintegrate version, which causes them to take way more damage while they're feared from the actual Catalyst effect, which is pretty great. So let's take a look at what this looks like in action. So we have a Spiritborn here who has the Nightmare Orb equipped to Propulsion. Boom, Propulsion explodes everywhere. They are all freaking out, they're feared, and they're exploding even more. And to be honest, I would also probably be feared if I was constantly exploding. So that makes sense. And that is the quick and dirty overview of the Heraldric Spellcraft system. There's a ton to experiment with in this system. Can't wait for you guys to dig into it. There's so many different combinatorics, so many different possibilities. So go wild, go crazy, try everything. It's a blast.
Starcraft
I
through
really
your
love
cal
how you
level.
can customize it, not only in like the effect of the spell, but also like how you use it, right? They do have cooldowns, but then you can assign it to any one of the skills on your hotbar. So if you just like want to save it for a specific utility moment, right? You've customized it in such a way that, hey, it solves those Waller affixes, right? And that's what you want to use it for. You can make sure it's assigned to a cooldown that you're going to save for that right moment. Or if you're just trying to really optimize its damage output and its DPS, you just put it on your basic or core skill that you know it's going to come up very often. And you don't need to really think too hard about it. It's just going to trigger when it triggers.
Yep.
It's true. Like the crazy amount of combinations that come from the system. Like I know I said on the PTR stream, and I feel like the people who have played the PTR will be advantaged now because I feel like this is something that the patch notes just can't do justice. It's going to be very hard to read through that and get a good example of how you can theorycraft and buildcraft through these. So it's really something you're going to need to jump into the game, get your hands on, and then really start to tinker with because there are so many possibilities. So if you have played the PTR and you know these systems, then you've already got that advantage of knowing how intricate these systems are. So.
It's true, it's true. And there's not just that. You know, you thought that was enough Heraldric magic. There's more.
Throw another layer on it. Why not?
Yes, there's also Heraldric Jewels.
There's more.
So Heraldric Jewels are powerful gems that you can use to augment your Heraldric spellcraft and your character's build even further. So when you go into these strong rooms, once you're in Torment difficulty, whenever you complete one, you're going to find a Heraldric Tome. And this is knowledge that the Heraldrim have stored away to craft these really powerful, unique Heraldric Jewels. Once you find the tome and you use it, you can go to a crafting station and then with gem fragments and the seasonal currency, craft Heraldric Jewels. They're crafted with Heraldric Vials and gem fragments. It's not as many gem fragments as it was to craft occult gems, so it's not quite as a massive grind as it was before. And they're specifically socketed into amulets and rings. So you have 3 sockets that are specifically designated for this, which means that you can have up to 3 Heraldric Jewels. And here we have an example of a Heraldric Jewel. You know, it gives you some good stuff, core stat, max life, and you're going to be hunted in Sanctuary's darkest places. Well, that doesn't sound great.
I don't think you need to worry about that, no.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Shouldn't be
that's-
anything. I'm sure that's just flavor text, right? That's all
Oh,
that is.
yeah. No, that makes sense. Cool. Anyways, yeah, so let's talk about the how you craft Heraldric Jewels with a little short video to show us what that looks like. So we have the Heraldric Lapidary here, which is where you're going to go
Okay.
to actually craft the jewels. We're going to navigate to the craft jewels section. We have them neatly organized
Arcane,
among different
catalytic,
categories to help you
infused,
just,
and
you know,
miscellany.
sift through it all pretty easily. And we have quite a few of these. You know, I think there's I want to say 16 in total. There's 16 Heraldric Jewels. So whenever you go into a strong room, you're going to find more tomes, which is going to let you craft more, and then yada yada. So here with our wonderful Stalvar, the Awakened Arbiter, we want to craft an idol from below. So we need 15,000 of 3 different gem fragments, and then 3,000 of the seasonal currency, and voila, we have our idol from below, which is fine because there's nothing wrong with this and nothing bad is going to happen from this gem at all, so it's no problem. You'll also notice that it gives you bonus armor and resistances, so you're not actually missing out on any of the bonuses you would typically get to your defense from normal gems being socketed in those slots.
Well, that's good.
But yeah, so wait, what's this? It sounds like the idol from below is actually
I'm hearing
not
that's
great.
not actually just flavor text. It
What?
might be functional.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh no. Okay, so when you have the idol from below equipped, sometimes mummies will spawn. They're the jewel guardians that are guarding this jewel, and they will attack you, and they can be very scary. So be very careful if you decide to equip this jewel, especially if you're playing hardcore. My goodness, please don't equip this jewel if you're playing hardcore or expect to die.
Yeah, they don't just spawn when you're alone in an empty room. Sometimes you're in the midst of an already big pack or a boss fight even,
Yes.
and these guys will come out trying to get their jewel back.
Okay,
from you.
nice.
Yep, it's pretty spooky. But you can do some very clever things with these guys. Sometimes it's actually really good to have extra bodies to be able to hit for like whatever skills or triggers you have, which is pretty neat. So yeah, let's move on to our final section here for the overview, which is PTR learnings. So we learned so much from PTR. We can't talk about every single thing because it's a tremendous list.
It is.
But we do have some highlights we wanted to talk to you guys about. So first of all, going over Heraldric Spellcraft. So we have made it so all of the deactivation effects that you get from infusions and various things, 3 seconds longer. So when you do actually deactivate an enemy affix like Waller or Chilling Winds, etc., it's going to last 8 seconds, up from 5. This is because we want to make sure that it feels as punchy as possible. When you do get that deactivation, you have a good amount of time to take them out and counterattack them. Secondly, we want to talk about the change of Siphoning Gizmo to Sharpened Gizmo. So we found that Sharpened Gizmo was challenging for us in the sense that we want to maintain the competitive integrity of the game. That's really important for us. And Sharpened Gizmo was
Siphoning Gizmo. Siphoning Gizmo was on the PTR.
Yes, sorry.
Was problematic in a variety of ways.
Yes, it was problematic in a variety of ways.
Competitiveness.
And we
What
also
competitiveness?
Saw the Sharpened Gizmo.
There's
which
no
is the new one,
PvP.
as an
There's no
opportunity for
leaderboards.
a more physical focus.
I'm confused. What
Arcana,
competitiveness?
because we knew that was kind of missing from the PTR, and we heard a lot of feedback about that. The next thing I want to talk about is the propulsion teleport change. So this effect caused you to be able to teleport effectively infinitely in a lot of builds. And it was transformative, and so transformative to the point that it was actually stomping on build identity in many cases. And we really want you to experience the full breadth of what different characters can offer in Diablo 4. We don't want it to all be condensed down to one thing, right?
Yeah, when you're playing a different class and a different build, you want your gameplay to feel meaningfully different. And these, the Heraldric Spellcraft here is kind of a complement on top of what you're already doing. It's a unique utility. It's an interesting wrinkle to your build.
Yes.
And on the PTR, we found that this particular teleport propulsion interaction was basically eclipsing everything else.
Yep.
And every single build, if you just looked at a clip of different people playing different classes, it looked identical.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly the kind of gameplay that we think is healthy for Diablo 4.
Yeah, we want to make sure every build has a different silhouette and feels very different and textured. So that's really important to us. Another thing I want to talk about is that Disintegrate has
It's a beetle
much
roach.
wider area now. So before it was kind of a tiny little beam between you
Yo, what up,
and
Ski-Bum?
the
Gotta go to work in
Disintegrate
10
thing,
minutes.
But now
Hey.
it's much bigger. So you should be
Got it,
able
man.
to disintegrate many more enemies with it, which is great. And then beyond that, there are tons of miscellaneous changes to Heraldric Spellcraft. So go read the patch notes after this and check it all out.
Yeah, if you've never read the patch notes before,
Hope you have a
especially
wonderful
in the blog
day
as
at
well,
work,
anything
Boom.
you see that's colored in
Don't
blue
work too hard,
are
be
all
safe.
changes that have been made
Enjoy it.
since the PTR. So
Have a good day.
you've gone through, read your tons and tons of feedback, and there is just a sea of blue throughout the patch notes and the blog.
Happy
patch notes
fucking
will be publishing
Friday,
following the
baby.
stream, so go check those out and check out all the blue, because those are all the changes that you've all influenced. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, so moving on to Heraldric Jewels. So the first thing, we added an entirely new Heraldric Jewel. It's called the Will Breaker. It speaks directly to physical damage. We heard that a lot of Season 9 is focused on elemental damage, which is amazing and awesome and wonderful. But we also wanted to give physical builds some love and some tools to play around with. So the Will Breaker does specifically that. So if you want to smash people with your hammer or blow people up with bones of the necromancer or whatever, that's for you. And then secondarily, Liminal Echo, which is the cheat death jewel, will not be dropping in hardcore. We heard a lot of feedback from the hardcore community that it maybe went against the philosophy and the spirit of hardcore. So we really wanted to respect that. And this is also an ongoing conversation about what is the spirit of hardcore. So please keep giving us feedback about that. It's been super helpful. And
Your
we want to hear more
cloak?
from you.
Oh, dude.
And then finally, of course,
That
there are
sucks.
also
I'm
many
sorry.
more Heraldric Jewel
I
changes,
know that feeling.
more miscellaneous stuff. So again, after this, go read the patch notes. And with that, I believe I'll be passing it over to Dan to talk about a myriad of changes with
Oh,
everything
the
else.
enthusiastic dude.
Yeah, a myriad. So y'all had
too.
a lot of feedback on the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So I need a piece of paper to read them all off. I can't keep them all in my head. So first up, let's talk about the Heraldric Strong Rooms a bit. So the Heraldric Strong Room UI was not clear enough. And so we added a new UI to the Heraldric Strong Rooms. We added extra kill count messaging and extra timer warning. So it plays much, much tighter now. And when you enter it, you should be able to pretty much pick up what's going on. Now, we're not going to tell you how to get those high scores, but the fact that you should be getting a high score should be pretty apparent now. Pillars didn't feel great. You had to stand in one spot for a long time in order to get the bonus. So, we've made the pillars faster to complete, made the radius a bit larger, and now all 4 pillars will also be available at the start. So you can better choose what your path through the Heraldric Strong Room is going to be. We also heard from a lot of you that the Strong Rooms really didn't support blasting well enough. And that comes in 2 flavors. It comes in challenge, and then it comes in the fact that Strong Rooms were overstaying their welcome a little bit. So we've added a pit-style death penalty. If you die, that timer is going to get knocked down, and you're going to have less room to earn. We've added additional ambushes as your attunement. We set the activity length to 100 seconds instead of 120 seconds. And also, if you should hit that max attunement, we're not going to force you to run out the timer. We're just going to spawn the boss right then and there. Now, a number of you also commented on Blood Bishop again. So we hear you. We built out a pool of bosses, mini bosses rather, that should spawn at the end of the Strong Room. And there's actually going to be a surprise or 2 in that pool as well. And then finally, there wasn't enough incentive, we thought, for you to actually complete the Nightmare Dungeon after doing the Strong Room. So we've added a buff. Now, if you remember from the footage, you saw the Grand Heraldric Cache. It actually had a buff symbol above it. And so opening the cache will give you that buff, and you can carry that buff through the end of your Nightmare Dungeon run and get a bonus on the rewards that you'll get there. Now, let's talk about escalating nightmares a little bit. By far, the biggest amount of feedback was, feels pretty rewarding, but way, way, way too easy. So we have gone and made it more difficult. We have scaled the difficulty by several pit tiers every floor you advance. So just naturally, things are going to get harder, and you're going to have to push a little bit more and more. We've increased the amount of health and damage for Exalted Astaroth and the Amalgam. We have made some of those existing negative affixes a bit meaner. We've also resurrected and tweaked some of the previous negative affixes that launched with the base game. And finally, I mean, really, we just did a whole audit on our negative affixes, but we created a bunch of new negative affixes as well, including some pretty fun ones, we think. So, yeah, let us know what you think, of course, about the difficulty of that moving forward in any of these, because again, these are permanent updates, and we want to make sure that they, you know, really feel good. Other things real quick that we did. So we boosted the scalable rewards to match the increase in difficulty. So as things are getting more difficult, we still want to make sure that the rewards are keeping up. That
What,
we
Ski
don't
Bum?
tip in the other direction. It was a little hard to notice the gizmo that's on the floor that allows you to jump to the next dungeon. So we just opened the portal automatically, which you saw in the footage. The escalating sigil didn't stand out enough, so it's got a beam now. It's got its own art, so that feels pretty good.
Oh, giant
And then
Normant
finally,
light beam.
we had asked a question during the PTR. You know, do folks want to have to wait until Torment 1 in order to be able to do escalating nightmares? And we heard from you, and you said, no, we don't want to wait. And we agree. So we actually created a pre-Torment version of the escalating sigil. It's not as rewarding because you're not in Torment. And it won't feature the Astaroth boss fight at the end. The Astaroth boss fight, the Exalted version, has been tuned specifically for Torment. So we wanted to make sure that that was preserved. But still, you should get a good sense of escalation pre-Torment if you're lucky enough to encounter one of those as you're leveling up to 60. And that's it for the list here. Again, please keep giving us feedback. We love to hear from you, and we want to keep improving the game. So back over to you guys in Irvine.
Fantastic. Thanks for walking us through that, Dan. And yeah, I mean, it's been, we had the PTR early in June, so it's been a while since we had it, but yeah, we received such a ton of great feedback.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, Dan, like, it sounds awesome. Like, the strong rooms are punchier, the escalating nightmares are more nightmarish, and, you know, Dan made a great point too, like, those are going to be permanent additions to both, excuse me, Eternal and Seasonal realms. So we do really want your feedback on that, because it is going to be an iterative and then permanent process, permanent part of the game. So we do want to tweak it where possible and get those in there.
Yeah, it's
Why
super
is that
important
not
we
being
get,
deleted?
the new Nightmare Dungeon stuff and the escalating
Come on, mods, you're
nightmares,
fucking slacking.
really down well, because we want it to be a repeatable thing that you're doing pretty consistently in your experience. So when you are doing that kind of stuff fairly consistently, it needs to feel like really punchy. It needs to feel really smooth. So it will be a very iterative process. We will be taking a look at more feedback coming in and probably making additional improvements to it over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan will be coming back for Q&A at the end of the stream. So we will be grabbing your questions then. And I did want to call out Mac Hayes from chat when Dan was going through the Haragic Strong rooms. Said, blast me up, Dan. So love to see that. Love to see that in chat.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, in terms of more changes coming down the pipe, probably our biggest, most substantial part of the patch notes is always the balance changes that we have coming in. So, Charles Dunn, take us to the promised land. What balance changes do you have for us?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about all the class updates that we did for Season 9. And so my section, I'll be talking about some of the new stuff that came in that you may have seen on the PTR, but also talking about some of the adjustments we've made since the PTR. Some of the learnings, some of the feedback we've gotten, and how we've iterated since then. So at a high level, there's a few broader initiatives that we've done that really affect all classes in some ways that we're doing here for Season 9. The first one you probably saw a lot on the PTR was a basic skill buff. Listed about basically every basic skill in the game, and most of them were buffed rather dramatically. Some of them 2 or 3x their damage increase. The impetus here was that we wanted to look kind of comprehensively at the game as a whole, the wider balance, and think, you know, our basic skills really
they're using the wrong word
where they should,
right?
In terms of their overall
balance
damage
changes is not
and
what
how
they're
they
doing.
fit into builds, and really they were just like
power shifts are what they're doing.
We want them to feel much more impactful, be a bit more, you know, feel better when you first get them, but also be easier to kind of build around as you go and build up your character. we buffed up the baseline versions of a lot of these skills, but we did take a look at some of the legendary and unique aspects that interacted with them. Our goal wasn't to be like, oh, basic skill builds, kind of like we saw with Spiritborn and a Barb in the past.
I don't disagree,
we didn't want
Required
those to be
Golem.
like, oh, here, this is we're making them the new
But
meta.
Yeah.
I don't think
This
that
is
it's
more
necessarily
around, like,
fallen off, right? I think it's
rebalancing
more
the whole
so
game as a whole, and we started with basic
the
skills. trying to
large portion of
establish
their
a firm
community
power
is
budget for
more
them.
casual
And we're going
players,
to be
right?
looking and doing these kind of
And
passes
the
on
OG
other
like
categories
D2
of
players
skills,
that
such as core
were
skills,
not real
ultimates, etc.,
casual. They were like
in future
grinders.
seasons. That's going to be like an area of
They're
focus for
not
us moving forward.
really
We're just
being
starting here
catered
with
to,
basic
so
skills.
Yeah, it's like a
the
health
grinding
pass, really,
part
on
of it
basic
is
skills,
being
and we'll be taking
dropped
more
off, right?
looks at more
To gear
casuals.
towards
Right.
more of their player base.
With the from the
But it's
PTR,
definitely not
one
fallen
big
off.
thing we noticed was that Pain
D4
Gorge's
is still
Gauntlets, one of the unique
largely
items that really,
successful, more so
empowers
than
these basic
POE
skill
1,
builds,
2.
was definitely not living up to its billing.
Or not
it,
1,
it
but
didn't
2.
crit or overpower whenever its damage kind of echoed out, and it's supposed to be like a
we'll see.
multiplier
That may
on your
change.
basic skill damage, but really it fell a lot short. So we've made an update so that now Pain Gorger's Gauntlets is going to be able
We
to
want
crit and
cows.
overpower just like your basic skill damage. So that should definitely be a huge boon to those types of builds.
Yes.
Speaking of overpower, though, overpower was overpowered, and we have done some nerfs to it. For the past few seasons, overpower-based builds have been definitely dominating the top of the meta, and it was definitely crowding out builds that really couldn't utilize that, things like dot-based builds or others.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, on the PTR, we tested an 80% reduction in the additive damage calculation of overpower. Not to get too in the weeds here, but there's kind of like an additive amount of damage that's based on how much fortified life and maximum life you have built up. We've just removed that completely. We tried an 80% reduction in what it was, and we decided it's still too strong, it's still too complicated, and we just removed that portion. So now when you overpower, you're going to do up to 50% bonus damage, just like a critical strike, but that's kind of going to be the end of the calculation there. We still anticipate, if you really want to, the biggest damage number hits are still going to be when you crit and overpower at the same time, but it's not going to be that you must overpower or else nothing else matters.
Right.
It's just going to be in that same kind of bucket as critical strikes.
Yeah, there's a certain point where something becomes so powerful that occurs, where it's like, if you didn't do that, then nothing else matters. And that
Right.
starts to kind of erode the whole game experience.
Yes. And finally, we did a pass on all the key passives in the game. Much like the basic skill kind of audit that we did, we looked at all the key passives and really wanted to look at some
I
of the
see you.
ones that were like outliers. They caused some of our builds that were 10, 100x stronger than other builds. A lot of times that came down to key passives that were scaling or interacting in ways that gave you far more benefit than some other key passives on other classes. And so some of those ones that had kind of that uncapped scaling, we added in
I think a
caps
lot of
to
us
make
do.
sure that they don't get completely out of control. And ones that were like definitely underperforming, we did some rather substantial buffs to them to help bring them up to kind of parity across the board. So definitely I'll be touched on that a little bit later as we get into individual
I mean, it looks
classes.
like the season might be good.
So
The
let's
season
get on
mechanic
to
with the
the
whole
individual
Haradrim.
classes, starting with Barbarian. So our goals for Barbarian this season is definitely a meta refresh on exactly the Barbarian meta. For the past few seasons, we've seen a lot of Earthquakes, a lot of Dust Devils, a lot of the summons being really dominant. And those are cool, but a lot of the Barbarian's core fantasy is around hitting people with weapons. And so we decided, okay, we need to do some nerfs to Earthquakes and some of those other effects that aren't quite as physical, hitting with weapons, and buff up things like Whirlwind and Hammer of the Ancients that are a lot more core to Barbarians, base fantasy.
Absolutely.
Fun
With
gets
that in mind,
nerfed
we also
again.
got the new unique item, the Hooves of the Mountain God. Let's take a look at that here. This is the new unique boots item that is going to allow your basic skills, which I just talked about, to cleave. So once you hit maximum fury, you're going to start rapidly draining that fury, and while you're in kind of this draining state, your basic skills are going to cleave and do massively
100%,
increased
so
damage.
double damage.
And luckily, you're spamming out your
it will
basic
give your
skills.
basic
That is gonna
skills
restore your
double
fury and allow you to
damage.
keep in this state as long as you stay in combat and stay fighting enemies.
Yeah, and what I really love about this specific unique is
That's
that typically
huge
you
for a
try
basic.
to solve your resource in a build, but with this, you try to stack as much of it as possible, so you can stay in the mountain god state or whatever you want to call it as long as possible.
Yeah, and you got to stay in combat. You got to stay hitting people with your basic skills to keep it going. It's really quite powerful, and I think it'll really enable some of those basic skill builds that we were talking about, especially with the updated Pain Gorge's Gauntlets.
Yes.
We've got a clip of this in action. Barb walks up to a big old pack of skeletons, hits them with bash. Good old bash skill feeding through the hordes.
I mean, I think
throwing them
basic.
against the
It's
side
going to
of the
be
canyon here.
season of the basic powers.
Yes, very good.
Season of the basic attacks.
A new unique to enable basic skill builds. Not just bash, all of the basic skills will cleave with this, so find out which one works best for you.
Yeah, Frenzy. Can I hear any Frenzy enjoyers?
Yeah, indeed. All right, let's move on to Druid here. So the Druid updates this season were mainly focused around Pulverize as a kind of a main skill that we wanted to look at. I'll get more into that as we talk about the Rotting Lightbringer in a moment, the new unique that talks with Pulverize. But ever since the PTR, we also realized that it was still underperforming baseline, so we've done some buffs to Pulverize just its raw damage
Bring in
output,
Pulverize back.
as well as refactored some of the upgrades on it just to move around that to better work with the build with Rotting Lightbringer. But it wasn't just that. We also did a variety of other buffs on Druid. We know that Druid has historically, for the past handful of seasons, been probably the worst class in the game, certainly in terms of like representation, how many people are playing it, how
faster
late in the end game, how
Pulverize,
strong they're getting.
more damage.
It's definitely fallen behind the pack.
Yes.
And so with that in mind, we've done buffs to a wide variety of the Druid builds. I can't just say any particular buff. It's a handful of legendaries and uniques and skills that got buffed up just to bring the whole class up a little bit. So let's take a look at that Rotting Lightbringer, that new unique. We did see this on the PTR, but it has been rather substantially reworked since then. We heard a lot of feedback that it wasn't quite as usable, it wasn't as good as it could be. So the new version of Rotting Lightbringer says that if no puddle is around you, then Pulverize is going to form a puddle of poison.
Hey daughter,
that
can you come here please?
its own overpower and deals a massive amount of its normal damage as poisoning over time.
Yeah, this is really excellent because you can just go around and just make a bunch.
Yes, it is no longer tied. It used to have like a 10-second cooldown, which felt really bad, where you would try to Pulverize and you're like, oh, the cooldown's not up.
Multiplicative of its normal damage as poison over 7 seconds.
It didn't work as well as you had hoped.
So
with this new update, it should definitely work quite a bit better. And every time you do Pulverize, all of the puddles around you are going to splash some of their damage, because what's better than splashing poison all around? Let's take a look at this new version of Rotting Lightbringer in action. So you run up, you form a puddle, you move off to the side, you make a second puddle, you can form more than just two, and every time that you Pulverize, all of your existing puddles are going to do that little splash of AoE around them and pulse some more damage.
Yeah, so when you're in a room with just a ton of monsters,
so
like a
Pulverize,
strong room, for example, you can just go around and make a bunch and have some fun in the sun.
Pulverize poison build.
Or not the sun, because I guess you're in a dark dungeon.
Cool.
Yeah, it is a
The
nightmare
sun
dungeon.
and the poison comes with you.
Yeah, oh, how nice. Wonderful.
Okay, let's move on to the Necromancer here. The Necromancer,
Where that kind of goes
similar
against.
To Druid, had a variety of buffs.
So you're Duriel, right? I was
builds,
just thinking the same thing.
Shadow builds. Some of these
you're basically
builds
just
we're definitely falling behind the rest of the pack on Necromancer
stealing
and compared
from
to other classes in the game. So we've done
werewolf's
a handful
ability for their
of buffs
poison,
to those,
right?
Builds since the
That's the
PTR
werewolf
to bring
side
them
of
up and
things,
really help
poison.
to make them a bit more competitive. Two of the outliers on Necromancer from last season were Soul Rift and Bloodwave, two of their ultimate skills that just were, Soul Rift in particular just did way too much for any one skill. It dealt damage, but then it gave you a barrier, it gave you resource, it gave you damage, increased all of your other damage output, refilled your potions, and feared enemies. So that's a lot of things for one skill to do. And we love ultimates doing a lot, but that was kind of one thing too many.
Yeah.
So on this season, we've removed the barrier generation from Soul Rift. And so if you want to get really tanky as a Necromancer, you're going to have to look for some alternate sources to make yourself a little tankier. Alternate barrier sources as well.
Because I felt like you needed to have that up.
All the tools you need to solve your problems, but we don't want you to solve all your problems through one of your tools.
Right. Yeah, Soul Rift was just doing a little bit too much for that.
Yeah, I've been asking myself that same thing since the beginning.
So popular. Bloodwave, another ultimate skill as well. That just did a ton of damage. Its damage output was exceptionally high.
Yes.
I think part of that was due to the overpower being so overpowered, and so some of the nerfs there would probably bring that down to size. So we expect Bloodwave to hopefully not be the absolute dominant way of playing Necromancer, and we hope that some of those other builds like Golem, Bone, and Shadow have a few other ways of playing. We've also got the new unique, the Hand of Nas. This is a pretty cool new way of playing the class, specifically Minion Necromancer. Let's take a look. So the Hand of Naz gives you more skeleton mages. So if you go all in on your mages, you sacrifice your warriors, you sacrifice your golems, you can now summon additional mages for each minion that you sacrificed. So you can have far more mages than before.
Yes.
And you know, just like any good RPG, your skeleton mages can get experience and level up.
Yeah,
So
let's go.
they attack 25 times, then they get to level up to a skeleton archmage. And when they're in the archmage form, they are harder to kill. They're going to teleport around to safety if they get attacked, and their attacks are going to occasionally shatter and deal bonus damage to the target and nearby enemies. We can take a look at this in action. You know, you've got your big old back line of a ton of mages. You won't have your skeleton warriors. You won't have your golem if you really want to maximize your mages. So that really puts you, the necromancer, as kind of being the front line for your army of minions. Kind of turns the traditional minion necro on its head a bit, whereas your minions are often the front line for you. And then you pump out the damage. In this kind of build, you're going to be the front lines trying to keep the enemies off your mages while they pump out the DPS from the back line.
Yeah, really, this makes it so you have a college of mages, one could say. And mages aren't the greatest at tanking, so, you know, you got to figure that out yourself.
All right, we've got the Rogue up next. So the Rogue, we did some updates to Death Trap and Shadow Clone in this season. So much like Necromancer, where they had a couple of ultimate skills that were really dominant in the meta, specifically Death Trap and Shadow Clone on the Rogue. Death Trap was kind of like Soul Rift in a lot of ways, where it did a little bit too much of everything, did pull in, did damage, other damage increases. And the big problem with that from a balance standpoint was that it was very easy to be able to just hold down the Death Trap button and spam cast it.
Yeah.
That was due to a number of effects interacting to give you cooldown reduction on it and reset its cooldown, including whenever you overpowered or killed an enemy with it. It would help tick off some of that cooldown reduction. We've removed that functionality, so it's a little bit harder to get to that full zero cooldown Death Trap. If you are still really building your character out, you'll still be able to get there. It'll just be a little bit harder of a journey, similar to the philosophy on Soul Rift. We want you to be able to solve these problems, but it was a little too easy to do it on Death Trap and really short-circuited the progression cycle of building up your character and feeling that growth and that strength.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Was doing
So
a
y'all
ton
suck?
of damage.
Did some fixes,
much
video
like
done?
Bloodwave. And it kind of went a little bit against the fantasy.
They are drawing
of,
it out a little
You know, your
bit,
Shadow
but
Clone should be
some of
augmenting
these
your
finite
strength, and it
details
should
are
be
actually
kind of
important,
mirroring your
right?
damage output. What in reality,
patch notes are
based
what's
on,
gonna speak
what it was
volumes
doing
of
was
what
like you
they're
did a little bit of
actually
damage,
changing.
and the Shadow Clone dealt a ton
As long
of
as they don't
damage.
omit a lot
felt
of stuff
like
from
you
their
were the
patch
Shadow
notes,
Clone.
like they
Yes,
tend to
it did feel like
typically
that.
do.
Shadow Clone mimics your effects, but it also changes some of the skill tags that it works with. So Shadow Clone is an ultimate skill. It is a cutthroat skill. So no matter what it's casting,
that's how they finally
that
realized
skill
that
is an ultimate and cutthroat
their,
skill.
overpower
It basically
mechanic
allowed
was
it to
overpowered.
access, some extra multipliers, some extra bonuses. Baseline, there is a kind of damage penalty on the Shadow Clone, and we've kind of increased that so it doesn't deal quite as much percentage damage, but is still a good modifier to your damage output. And we've also added some damage reduction component to it. So the Shadow Clone kind of takes some of the hits for you, right? Takes some of your damage and gives you that damage reduction instead. We talked about key passive earlier. Victimize is a key passive on Rogue that while we have reworked, it was one of those ones that was either like super weak or super strong, depending on the precise tuning. And it really was struggled to get that into to balance it well against other options. Right. And so we've done a rework here where it's damaging vulnerable enemies is going to cause them to do a burst of damage, but then you also deal multiplicative increased damage to those targets after you burst, you trigger that victimize effect on them. And we think this will get it to a much healthier state where it's like more consistently useful rather than all or nothing. And the new unique for Rogue this season is the Death Mask of Nirmatrek. And this one works with your flurry builds. Let's take a look here.
Flurry builds.
So the Death Mask, you can now overexert yourself while casting Flurry. And what does that mean?
Flurry's always been one of my favorite skills.
A new term to Diablo 4. It means that if you don't have enough energy, you're going to spend life instead to cast your Flurry. And when you do spend life to cast Flurry, it's going to increase its damage and your attack speed rather substantially for a period of time. So you do get to go real fast, attack real quick, but be warned, the faster you attack without any energy, the more life you're spending, the closer to death you're going to get.
It's called a death mask for a reason.
right? We've got a clip of this in action. So you are running through, you are dashing to enemies around, and casting Flurry super fast, even when you are out of energy, and now your life total is going to start draining the more flurries you cast.
I never get tired of this clip. It's perfect.
So once you have enough life drain or life,
really embodies that
steal.
like, fast, stabby.
I can't even remember how much how well you can do life steal, but if you have enough life steal, it should be fine,
I love
right?
how this like turns your build crafting options on its head. Typically, you want to get, oh, give me tons of resource generation. But you don't necessarily want that here, right? You want to be on low resource so that you can trigger the spending life. Because this effect basically does nothing if you're not spending life. And for all those hardcore players out there, be very warned that this one, it won't actually kill you, but it can bring you down to about 8% life, at which point pretty much anything else will kill you.
It will certainly help you die, that's for sure.
Aizen, you were talking about running this on hardcore for next season, right?
I was. I might be a little crazy.
Tell us about it.
All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. So the Sorceress, we've got updates here to Lightning Spear was one of the big ones. Lightning Spear had been kind of dominating the Sorceress meta for quite a while. It was like really the premier build for a long time. And this had a really interesting situation where out of the box, Lightning Spear was kind of terrible.
With that rune build,
You look
right?
at this skill and you're like, okay, how much damage does it do? How many enemies does it hit? What's its cooldown? And you're like, oh, this is awful. Like, it doesn't do anything. And then you get Splintering Energy, the legendary aspect, and suddenly it goes from nothing to best skill in the game.
Yeah, and we don't want skills out of the box to feel useless. We want them to feel powerful and good. And we also don't want aspects to have to carry that much weight on their shoulders. It's not good for either the base skill or the aspect.
So in this season, we've buffed up the base values of Lightning Spear rather substantially. I think it was like a 4 or 5 times increased damage. But we've looked at
sad to say though, but she seems like she knows more about what she's talking about than the rest of them.
To be clear here, our goal is still that Lightning Spear, we do not want it to be the best way of playing Sorceress. It has had its time in the sun for a few seasons now. It's really been, I think it's time for some other options to rise up and be like some of the stronger builds on Sorceress. We still want it to be a viable way to play. We don't want to completely kill it to nothing.
No argument
but it shouldn't be the absolute dominant or strongest way to play here Sorceress moving forward. To that point, we've updated Icefall and Firestarter.
What actually happened to
legendary
Colin? What did I
Paragon
miss?
node that works with your Frost skills.
It's like
those cold skills are
I know of
do
all
quite a
these
bit more
people,
damage with
but
this.
like none of these are
Just
like
some
the
numerical buffs
original
there.
team.
And the Firestarter, that's a legendary
You don't
aspect
know
that
either?
works with
Okay.
your flame skills. You know, the other 2 builds outside of Lightning on Sorceress. Firestarter previously just did kind of a chunk of
Wasn't he in there? He was
moderate
there
fire
during
damage, but
the
wasn't
season
anything
8
special.
chat or something
Now it
too, at
also
some
gives
point.
you multiplicative fire damage, which is really good.
Yeah, he was there
if
for
you are
season
picking,
8,
say,
'cause I
the
played
Fire
season 8.
Infusion Catalyst for your Heroic Spellcraft.
Oh, true. Or some crazy new unique that might be making its way into
Yeah, a crazy unique like the
Maybe something
Ophidian
just came
Iris.
out.
Oh, whoa.
Let's
For
take a
this
look
one.
at the Ophidian Iris. This is the new unique amulet that works with your Hydra skill. It makes Hydra into a core skill, and it's always going to summon a 3-headed Hydra, and those Hydra's attacks explode on impact. Now, previously, you could build up effects that gave you more heads to your Hydra, and for every head above 3 that your Hydra would have had, instead it grows in size and deals multiplicatively more damage.
Holy shit, a
tested this out on the
15
PTR, and one of the big points of
head
feedback
Hydra?
was that there's kind of 2 ways of building Hydra. You can build with more crit focus, like crit and fire, or more burning damage focus.
Yeah.
And previously, the affixes on the Ophidian Iris really
True.
tried to force you into the critical
I see what
strike
you did
version
there.
of the build. And we've updated them here, so we removed that critical strike chance and added attack speed, which is good for both. And changed the ranks of the passive over to Primordial Binding, which is once again good for both, rather than giving you the critical strike
like a hot
pyromancy
dog
effect.
down the hallway.
Just being a bit more generic and allow you to play it whichever way you like and kind of equally support it. Let's take a look at this clip of the before and after in this terms of size. So on the left, you got your little piddly normal-sized Hydra. If you build up a whole bunch of bonus Hydra heads, you get the big boy Hydras on the right, whose attacks explode on impact. Obviously, they deal a ton more damage. They kill the enemies much faster. And it just looks a lot bigger and a lot more visually impressive.
They are absolute units.
They really are. You get to become a Hydra parent. And also, honestly, I've never felt bad for a cause or a test dummy before, but I feel kind of bad
Hail
for this
Hydra.
guy.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to playing with this one
Yes.
on next season.
Yeah, this will be. This is exactly what I'll be running for season 9, Charles.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on
exactly.
to the final class, Spiritborn. So for Spiritborn this
Our
season,
favorite
we've looked
class.
at updating the Razor Wings
Season of
build. That's a
Spiritborn.
build that has had some support but never really quite got there. We've made some adjustments to some of the legendaries and that affect that build to really help bring it up and make it a bit more robustly supported. I want to talk a little bit about the Hunter. That's the Jaguar ultimate skill. We tested a change on the PTR where we so currently on Season 8, and ever since it's launched, it had this mechanic where if you kill an enemy while the Hunter is active, it has a chance to reset its cooldown completely. So if you get lucky and you get a lot of kills, you can kind of spam cast Hunter until you, until you miss, basically.
Right.
We tested out a change on the PTR where instead of doing that, it would just give a more consistent amount of cooldown reduction. And this was, we heard loud and clear that that is not fun. It was really not what you wanted. Players really liked that kind of feast or famine version of Hunter, where it had that gameplay texture of constantly resetting and that mini game of making sure you maximize the number of kills for the short duration that it's active.
Yeah, it had really it evolved into like a core part of the spirit of the Jaguar, and we don't want to have to take that away.
Right. So this is one of the great things about testing these types of changes on PTR is that we're allowed to make these bit like more dramatic changes, and then if they don't work out, we'll revert them. And so in this case, we decided to revert those changes back to what it was before.
Yeah. 100%.
Now, for context, the reason we tried to do that change in the first place was that the Hunter
I think
was
there will be a
by far
warrior
the most
spin-to-win
popular
build.
ultimate skill on Spiritborn. I think something
There has
like
been every season,
90+%
in some
of
manner or
Spiritborn
another.
players were using the Hunter, and that's not really healthy for build diversity. And we thought, okay, if we adjust its cooldown mechanic, that will be what we need to change. So instead, we looked at some numerical
Will it be your
adjustments to
end-game
so it
boss
doesn't have
farmer?
quite as
Probably
many
not.
bonuses whenever
Will
it
it
does
clear all the
function,
content?
but it still
Yeah.
functions the same as before.
Yeah.
And in order to promote a bit more diversity, we've buffed up the other ultimate skill options. The other 3 Spirit Guardians now will give you other ways of giving multiplicative damage whenever you have them active. The Devourer will give you multiplicative poison damage. The Gorilla Ultimate, the Protector, will give you bonus damage while you stand in his area that he's pounding down on, gives you that area of power. And the Seeker, the Eagle Ultimate, will give you guaranteed critical strikes while it's active.
Awesome.
And finally, we've got the new unique item, a Balazan's Max Latel. We've got, I've been working on that pronunciation.
Nice.
So good.
Been working on that one. Nailed it. All right, so Balazan's Max Latel, we've got, let's take a look at that. This is the new Pants unique. It triggers when you attack enemies who are close, it'll trigger your Thorns damage as poisoning damage. So it's like poison and Thorns combination here. And every time that you've retaliated with Thorns, so you've gotten hit recently, then that poisoning damage is going to increase.
I really love this unique because it
So
speaks
triple
to the
your
spirit of
poisoning
Thorns,
damage.
which
So
is like,
poison
I must be hit,
Spiritborn
and then I
build.
retaliate.
Right.
But like expands on that, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it gives you more consistent value. Like if you're not getting hit, your Thorns was worthless. Now you building up Thorns is still positive offensive value, even if you're not getting hit. But of course, getting hit and triggering those Thorns is going to get you even stronger. On the PTR, this was definitely very
Crushing
powerful.
hands.
Very
To
very,
just
very
scale
strong. We did
an
adjust
absurd
its
amount of
numbers
Thorns.
down quite substantially. The percentage of Thorns converted has been reduced. We still expect this to be a very powerful build, but it's gotten brought down a notch or two because it was by far the most powerful build that we saw on the PTR.
True, yeah. And Andy's build,
All right, we got
Andy's
a clip of this
Spiritborn
in
build.
action here. Right, so you're standing in the middle, you're getting hit, you're clicking your defensive skill so that you can survive, and then once you get hit and stack that up, you can go around and apply bonus poisoning Thorns damage to all of the enemies around you.
Those idiots. Why are they even hitting you?
I don't know. All right, and so that covers all of the class updates. Once again, make sure you check out the patch notes after the live stream here. Check out the blog. It's got all of the details. I kind of glossed over some of them because there's so many details to go into.
That's a lot.
Go and check those out for all of the very specific changes that we're making come Season 9.
The Crushing Hand
can't wait
build?
for you to see, to try out all of these new effects.
Woo! Thank you for that, Charles. Take it back. Yeah, the
Boo.
patch notes are absolutely massive
Boo.
this season.
Boo.
They won't be hitting in all languages following the stream. We're looking to have those published just prior to the start of the season on July 1st. So some languages will be available, but expect most of them towards the start of the season because the patch notes are absolutely massive. So like Charles said, dive into them, get those changes, and Charles, can we get that Spiritborn unique name one more time?
Balazan's Max Latel.
Balazan's Max Latel. Heard it here first. The man's a pro. The man's a pro. So as we've gone through the stream, we've got all these great components from Season 9 coming through. We've got the Project Strong Rooms, we've got Escalating Nightmares, we have all these excellent balance changes and class updates coming in. So it feels like we've got this nice cake, and we just need a little bit of frosting and some sprinkles just to finish it off. So I know, Aislinn, you've got some nice little tidbits to get into towards the end in terms of system updates. So what can we look forward to in Season 9?
Yeah, so not only have we done all these awesome, specific Season 9 things, we've also done our best to improve the game eternally.
Seasonal
or in an
activity
evergreen fashion, or permanently,
variety.
however you want to say it.
Words I don't know
a
that
big
they
thing
should
we
put in
learned
the
from
same
Season 8
sentence.
is that we really like it when we feel like we have different ways we can play the season. So in Season 8
Absolutely.
specifically, you went into the apparition incursions, and it sometimes ended up feeling while you were leveling like you had to do it a bit more than you actually wanted to. Like you'd rather go do some other things. And so the way we want to change that in Season 9 and going forward forever is elites and bosses are now going to grant seasonal reputation regardless of what the season is. It doesn't matter what the season theme is. You can always make progress towards reputation by killing those strong enemies.
We shall
so
see.
that should make it so, it doesn't matter if you're going to the seasonal activity, you're still going to make progress. The seasonal activity or whatever exists in a season will still be a really fantastic source of that specific seasonal power and rep and currency and what have you. But we want you to feel like you can just take some detours and explore the game at your own pace and in your own way, and the season still recognizes that. And similarly, we had Lair Hordes grant seasonal currency in Season 8 specifically because it was the season of bosses, but we decided to just keep that going forward because basically all roads lead to lair bosses now. Like you're going to find lair keys by doing a variety of activities. And so it felt
Probably
like a
not.
very ubiquitous place for us to imbue seasonal currency into the game as well. And this isn't to say, like, this isn't an exhaustive list, right? Oh, I got to wave over here. This isn't an exhaustive list. You are still going to be earning extra seasonal reputation and seasonal currency from doing seasonal specific stuff too. So it should just be a much larger pool of ways to play. But yeah, so with that said, let's jump into some of the permanent details or permanent changes and details of the Nightmare Dungeon and Escalation Nightmare systems. So Dan already went over this quite a bit, but I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the why and the how of this all. So we added a bunch of new affixes, positive affixes to Nightmare Dungeons. And the reason why we wanted to do this is because we wanted to make sure that when you're sifting through your different Nightmare Dungeons, it feels like you have different options for how you can make progress for your economy. So you'll notice that these blue affixes, like the Heraldric Materials Reserve, Gem Reserve, Gold Reserve, they're pretty self-explanatory. If you go into those dungeons, you are going to get more materials from the chests that appear, or more gems, or more gold. And there's quite a few of these different positive affixes. And the big impetus behind this is we really wanted you to be able to sift through your Nightmare Dungeons, find the gap in what you're currently looking for. Like, for example, if you want to craft a Heraldric Jewel and you need gem fragments, go find the Heraldric Gem Reserve Nightmare Dungeons and run a bunch of them. And so hopefully this is like a tool that you guys can utilize and really patch up those problems. And secondarily, we also know that if players are going to be going into Nightmare Dungeons much more frequently going forward, that there should probably be a lot of replayability and variety in the negative affix experience too, so it kind of feels a little different and cool. So we really took our time.
Nightmare Dungeons
we
are
rebranded,
back.
Rethemed a bunch of the affixes. We added a bunch of new ones, like Dark Omen is specifically an entirely new one. So be careful going into one of those dungeons. And we also added many more of the potential elite affix, the elite affixes that can appear on Nightmare Dungeons, like for example, Waller, Vampiric is another one. And this is all just, again, to make Nightmare Dungeons feel like there's more variety as you're playing through all of them. Awesome. So yeah, I think we can go forward here and check out what a actual Heraldric Reserve looks like. Just as a PSA, so if you go in and you're chomping through a Nightmare Dungeon,
you got me good. Good
that's
timing.
what a Heraldric Reserve will look like.
in the middle of a
there will be a bunch
sentence.
of those
I don't even remember what I was going to say.
Nightmare Dungeon. Make sure to open all those to get your nifty
Thanks,
new
Uncalculated
positive
Risk. I
affix
appreciate
rewards.
that. Thanks for the sub.
And then on top of that,
Much
of
love.
course, we have the
Much
new
love,
permanent
Amy. Thank you.
addition, the Escalating Sigils, which are just Nightmare Dungeons, but even punchier. So
you're going to be
as Dan was
playing
saying,
season
we made
9
it so
when it
you're
comes
getting
out?
even more rewards from these things as you're escalating They're going to raise in difficulty as you go through each escalation, which I would like
I think
to
I
point
will
out
be
does
too.
mean that
They're going in a
you
good
can
direction.
surpass Torment 4
It may not be
with
the
these now,
direction
which
that
can get very
some people are
terrifying.
asking for, but I think they're headed in a good
And there's
direction.
also unique affixes that can only appear on escalating sigils.
We just need to get
And here
need
we
to get a
have
little
the
bit
actual Astaroth affix,
better
or rather the
and more
Astaroth,
unique and
list of
versatile
affixes that we're going to be dealing with when we
season
fight
mechanics.
Astaroth.
That's
So Dan
my
kind of alluded to
only
this, but
complaint.
we can see that one of the negative affixes here is Meteor Storm. That's an Astaroth specific affix.
Yeah,
And
it's
that actually
for
changes the way
a sub
the
over
Astaroth
on the
fight works.
Twitch side.
And there are quite a few of these.
Sorry.
So every time you
Scared
go
the
in
crap
and fight
out of me.
Astaroth, it's going to feel a little different. There's going to be different challenges you have to face. And there's also going to be a lot of really fantastic rewards that he drops too. Like, for example, the Riches of Keys gives you, I think, like Infernal Compasses and Undercity Tributes. And Lord Zier's Offering gives you quite a few keys to go and fight Lord Zier. And, you know, it's all modular, it's all randomized, and it's a lot. It's a lot of rewards, which is great. But it's a lot harder too, which is also fun. But yeah, so that's the overall on these Nightmare Dungeon and Escalating Sigil things. And I just want to say, you know, as one last thing, like I mentioned before, this is something that we want to continuously improve upon because it is such a major new thing. And like, we knew that Nightmare Dungeons needed some love, and we're really happy we got the opportunity to do that here. And we want to continue to foster and cultivate the system going forward. So please, any more feedback you
And
have,
all you put was
shoot it our way.
backslash. That's
All right, and with all
funny.
that said, let's move on to some more general quality of life updates to the game as a whole. So first of all, here we have the legendary item drop updates. So typically in Diablo 4,
You thought it was a new sound effect
in
for
Torment
POE?
tiers, you find
That's
more
funny.
items, but we've decided to make it so you also find a higher quality of items when you go up in Torment tiers as well. This means that as you go from Torment 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you are going to find more ancestral items and thus also more greater affixes.
Yes,
We wanted
thank
to
you.
do this because we were finding that people on higher Torment tiers, as characters were getting to 2 and 3, etc., the loot wasn't quite keeping up with the state their character was in and what they expected to receive. And so we're trying this out, and you know, let us know what you think. And I just wanted to do a quick call out that this also applies to lair bosses. Like, it applies to everything, but I wanted to specifically call out that it applies to lair bosses, which is great because now we're going to be finding more ancestral versions of lair boss unique items.
Huge W, man.
All right. Let's move on to the resource economy. There's quite a few of these here.
That's huge.
So first of all, we saw that people were not finding as many legendary runes as they would like. It felt too sluggish to get through that journey. So we've kind of done quite a few changes to that overall. Now the Tribute of Harmony, which is specifically the tribute that grants quite a few runes, will grant even more and a higher quality of runes.
More runes,
All Undercity
yes.
tributes,
Always
not
good.
just the Tribute of Harmony, will also grant runes. So if you're finding yourself light on runes, going to Undercity is typically a really good place. And then finally, we also increased the quality chance, the chance for legendary runes to drop from fighting lair bosses and their lair boss horde too.
I think I need to
So
do a
just kinda
video
all
on
throughout the
Diablo
game,
4.
That's just a bit better. We've
For
made
the
quite a few
YouTube.
improvements to whisper caches. So like the gold cache is much
Been
more
super
lucrative.
busy lately.
The material cache is more lucrative. The gem caches are more lucrative. A lot of ancillary stuff just feels better and are better choices than they used to be. We want to make sure that when you're actually looking at the potential whisper
Yeah,
caches,
I am.
that each of
I
them
am.
feels like it will
But
actually
more
make a
so for the
difference.
video purpose, just
And so
because
that's the
this is
big
a video
emphasis
that
there.
I think a lot of people need to see and hear.
We have made our jewelers across Sanctuary adopt more business-friendly practices. Their cash is no longer quite as ludicrously expensive, and it also drops significantly more rings and amulets. So they're a little bit nicer
Huge
now.
W. More loot,
And then
more
Infernal
good.
Hordes also is going to be dropping more gems. And then finally,
what up,
something we
Ryan?
wanted to add here is there's going to be increased drop rate for Scrolls of Escape, specifically in Hardcore. We found that you weren't getting quite as many as we would like you to in that mode, and so we want to make sure that you have just enough to go and test yourself against those really challenging lair boss fights when you feel like your build is ready. All right, and let's dive into into our next slide here. So. This is just to go over, basically, this is a lot of information. So let's just talk briefly about what is permanent and what is exclusive to Season 9, just kind of as a recap. So, permanent to both the Eternal and Seasonal realms, now and forever, we have the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So you are going to be finding Heraldric Strong Rooms on both the Eternal and the Seasonal realms. You're going to be able to go into escalating nightmares in both. You're going to find all these new Nightmare Dungeon affixes and escalating nightmare affixes permanently in the game. And of course, all the new uniques for each class are permanent. And then exclusive to Season 9 is the quest line exploring the sins of the Herodrum. The Heraldric Spellcraft, you know, the catalysts and the infusions and the arcana, the Heraldric Jewels, and then, of course, the seasonal reputation board and the rewards from that are exclusive to Season 9. All right, so that about wraps it up for the evergreen updates here for Season 9. And just to kind of touch on the PTR and the learnings and kind of our thoughts and our culture on PTR. So we already kind of went over the systems updates that were changed since PTR. I'll go over them again very briefly. So lair bosses now have an increased chance to drop legendary runes. There's a increased drop rate to Scrolls of Escape in Hardcore, and there was the massive pass on all things Nightmare Dungeon to improve the tuning and make affixes meaner and stuff like that. But I just wanted to take a moment to say that the PTR for us as a team is just amazing. We really cannot stress this enough. Like, when the PTR goes live and you guys start talking about the game, the air in the office is electrifying. We're all so excited to see what you guys have to say, and we're just, you know, we're running around, we're talking to each other, we're like, oh, like, this is, did you see this? Like, maybe we should change this, or, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just great. It's great for the vibes. It's great for the game. And just a heartfelt thank you from us to you for helping us make Diablo as good as it can possibly be.
Yeah, we absolutely love reading all the feedback, watching videos that people post, or
that's what I was saying. Like, she seems to
for feedback on our forums.
I mean, obviously
really
you have to
amazing
script
to
write
see
or
players,
read
like,
some of the script.
trying out the new stuff and giving feedback on what's working, what's
But
not, and then we
I've
really
been
do
learning-
listen and adjust based on that. We try
I've been
to
learning
find
as
the
well
best
with my
ways of
with my
delivering
two
a really high
podcasts.
quality experience.
An
every
organic
season.
response
PTR
and
is really
conversation
instrumental
is
for us
much better
to be
than a
able to do
scripted
that.
one.
It absolutely is, and like, this season
More entertaining
was
as
wild
well.
for PTR updates. We made so many changes, and it was just super helpful to hear everything you guys had to say.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Like, being able to have players jump in, test the content, also gives us such a better feel for how things are going to go in season launch. So then we know we can take a confident step forward, knowing that our players who, you know, are just diehard Diablo 4 fans have given us their greatest feedback. And then when the season launches on July 1st, we now know that we already have all these problems addressed. We've got these bugs that are taken care of, and even just like, you know, in terms of like bugs or challenging or the unique that got entirely overhauled. We now have that chance to make those changes ahead of time. So yeah, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for jumping in and testing and giving us all your feedback, because we appreciate it. And
I
it does
agree.
make this
I
game,
agree. Completely agree.
a whole lot better. So thank you for that. And that brings us closer to the end of our show. We've got some excellent Q&A lined up for you. So we're going to bring Dan
Or
back
just
from
like
Albany.
a topic note,
and we
right?
do have a few questions lined up. The first thing that we do want to ask our devs here is, for the Heraldric Spellcraft, are those powers account bound?
I agree, yeah.
Partition bound?
Normally the
Or do you
devs
need
do
to
look
level
like they
them up,
hate their lives when they're talking about D4,
Yeah, so they're gonna
and this
be,
was definitely an
partition
improvement.
bound. So on, for example, seasonal softcore, if you make a new character, you'll have all your progress from your previous seasonal softcore
Okay, so
character.
Heraldric
So it's
Spellcraft is account
partition
bound.
If you make a new seasonal hardcore character, you would have to find the new Heraldric Spellcraft, but then any future seasonal hardcore character you make would have access to that same progression.
Awesome. Nice. Okay, we've got our first question coming in from the Sanctuary Discord. Getty asks, how does the team currently feel about boss design? Are invulnerable phases something you're looking to continue with in future bosses? And that's an interesting one, because the Astaroth fight that just came back does have some interesting mechanics that aren't quite invulnerability, but it's more of like a segmented phase.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I did play season 8.
That's
I
something that
skipped
we've
season
been talking
7
about
though.
a lot internally, you know, with the new changes to the layer bosses. I think it's something that we
We do
sometimes
need a
it's
reborn
important,
feature.
Like, it's cool for like the vibes of the fight if a boss has an invulnerability phase, but we also recognize that like once you get to a point where you feel like you can beat a boss, sometimes the invulnerability phase can feel like an obstacle,
filter in.
potentially an unwanted obstacle. And so
Frosty
the team has definitely
LaRue.
been exploring some ways that we can create that similar feeling without necessarily putting a hard stop on a fight.
Yeah, there's definitely some examples even already in the game where it's like, hey, if you're able to kind of beat a DPS check and you're able to get the boss like down to a certain amount or kill it before the phase, then you're able to do that. That's definitely one good example that we're definitely looking at kind of replicating in some other boss fights.
Nice. Okay, Charmed Chaos. Does the strong room time count against the dungeon's completion time, or are they separate?
Dan, you want to take that one?
I'm thinking about this right now, and I am not entirely certain. My guess is that it does count towards the dungeon completion time, but yeah, I think we're gonna have to, go back to the team and post an update online about that.
Cool. I guess it's a philosophical question of, is the strong room its own realm? Like, are you, defying the logic of where you are in the dungeon? Or, I mean, you do blast through it pretty quick, which is good. But then, you might take your time leaving it or going back in to find some more goodies. So, yeah, that's an excellent question. I've got another one from Why So Blue Panda Bear. Don't be sad, Panda Bear. At Diablo, do we still get Obdicite in these escalation nightmare dungeon runs?
Oh, yeah, you do. There's also even there is an affix that increases the amount of Obdicite you get. And again, also the escalating Nightmare dungeon runs scale. So scale with rewards, and difficulty. But as you go up and up and up, you just get more Obdicite and the affixes become better. So if you find like the extra Obdicite affix later on, it's like showering Obdicite. It's a lot.
That's unreal. That's absolutely unreal. This one's for you. Might be for Aislinn. The Bird King. Has anything been confirmed about GA or general greater affix rates going up at higher torment tiers?
Oh, yeah. So that slide we had talking about the increased quality per torment, they will be going up, yes. You're going to be finding more ancestral items, and so consequentially, you're going to be finding more greater affix items and items with more greater affixes as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Aislinn. Scream Hard at Diablo. Question for Q&A. Will we start to see seasonal power systems incorporated into the base game? There have been several that I was fond of that could add depth.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. Obviously, every season when we make some of these powers, like the Heraldic Spellcraft or the Witchcraft powers and the boss powers in the past, they were exclusive to that season.
Yep.
That being said, we are a team with a bunch of designers who are always looking for good ideas, and especially good ideas that have proven to work in the game. And so we definitely, when we're looking at making future systems and future improvements to the game, we are absolutely looking at some of the best performing seasonal powers and thinking about how we can integrate that into the game. So it's very likely you'll see some of the better received and more popular seasonal powers potentially return in the future. But for the time being, they do still exist just in their season. But they are absolutely still on our radar to bring back in other forms and other ways for future content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I do love, even for the season overall, instead of having seasonal powers that we have and then look at the favorite ones, like such a massive part of the mechanics of this season are just already
Next season
permanent
Avengers.
and eternal in seasonal realms, which is so nice. So
it's true.
Yeah, really just those power systems are really the seasonal parts. And a lot of our focus on seasonal development is plussing up base
That one I'm not
aspects
100%
of the
sure
game,
on.
like the Nightmare Dungeon system as a whole. We're looking at making sure that part of the game is improved and is evergreen. And then a lot of the powers are things that are exclusive for the season, but we are still looking out for good designs and ways of bringing back the popular ones for the future.
Hell yeah, absolutely, Charles. Mippy at Diablo, are the escalating nightmare sigils craftable or only droppable? Important question for leveling. I think I might send that one to you, Dan.
Yeah, that's another one I'm not sure about, unfortunately.
So I believe they should only be able to drop from the Heraldic strong rooms. That's where you'll be finding escalation sigils.
Right. And I think
I just to the point, if you want to try to be farming them, you can craft nightmare sigils, trying to find ones that have the Heraldic strong room guaranteed on there.
Right.
and then run the ones with the strong room. So it's a little bit, you can't maybe craft them directly, but you can craft ways of farming them.
You can definitely go out of your way to find
Totally.
Project Strong Rooms, which
Beyond.
then brings you to Escalation Nightmares.
Yeah, and if you're looking
To
for those
infinity
pre-tournament
and beyond.
Nightmare escalation sigils, you're going to be getting that from the seasonal
Time to
reputation
go to
track.
space.
So before you are pre-tournament, if you
But
want to
not
play
just
those
any space.
and get used to them before you actually get to
Outer
face off against
space.
Astaroth in post-tournament levels, you will be getting that from the seasonal reputation track. So look out for those. The Creether. Cool name.
Ooh.
How do you come up with the names for your uniques? Some of them are really interesting, and some are hard to pronounce.
That's true.
Are the names coming from lore, or just, did you find something cool that ended up fitting with the names?
A lot of times they come from a lore. A lot of our uniques are handled by our wonderful narrative designers and quest designers who really have a firm grip on the lore and the world building of Sanctuary and all of the characters and factions within there. And so a lot of them do come from that. Some of them are a bit, maybe a bit more generic. I'd say like ones that maybe don't
July
tie to a
1st.
specific person, but a lot of them do, and that's handled by our wonderful narrative and quest designers.
Tuesday seems right, but I just wasn't sure
I
if it
love
was
that.
this
Yeah, like
Tuesday.
Death Mask of near my truck.
Dang.
Chat was picking up also on the phonetic of it's near my truck.
Oh, yeah, it's near my truck.
That is how we.
We've been saying
Near
that
my
a lot.
truck, yes.
leading up to this stream. Awesome. Okay.
Nice. Cool. That'll be fun.
Draketh90. Will you consider allowing other boss fights to be customized with affixes like Astaroth? Sounds like a cool way to keep layered bosses dynamic and fresh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're really excited about the system with Astaroth where he's going to feel different each time you fight him. So that's definitely something that, we are always looking to imbue more replayability into the game because Diablo is just, it lives and dies by like how much fun it is to go and do stuff over and over. And so that's definitely something that we can take a look at in the future and like different mechanics to ensure that fighting layer bosses or fighting other bosses in the game feel exciting and different each time you go in and fight them. And Astaroth is a great example of that, and we're excited for you to try it out.
Unreal.
Nice.
And our last question comes from either Jajapur or Yayapur or Hahapur, depending on the pronunciation. This one's for you, Charles, and it's less of a question, more of a request, I think.
Okay.
When can we expect more skill-changing uniques like the new Necro one? Give us one for multiple golems with a little smiley face.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, so obviously every season we are making a new unique for every class, and we really try to focus on giving brand new ways of playing or ways to kind of revitalize existing builds. Like obviously golem builds exist, so it is absolutely valid that we could potentially see one in the future that allows you to have additional golems. I can't specifically promise that just yet, but we're working on making brand new cool stuff every season.
Awesome. Sweet. Well, that takes us to the end of the Q&A. Thank you all for your incredible questions, and thank you to the community team for sourcing those. We really appreciate all the things that you want to know about the game. So yeah, and that brings us to the end of the stream. Keep in mind, we do have patch notes dropping following the stream, so check those out for any changes. And we did have the season overview blog launch this past Tuesday. So for all the needs, all the things you want to know, you'll find it there. But also, hopefully you've claimed your Sorcerer staff already. But if you want more Twitch drops, actually, you know what? Before that, we sort of addressed this on the stream. Dan touched on it, but for Season 9, the pet that you'll be able to earn from the season journey, claim Iris if you haven't already. But this is Dante. So if all the Key years, you probably
Dante's
see Dante
Inferno?
running around, begging for treats. This is what he'll do when you hit the
That's a
pet
cool
emote.
ass pet, though. I'm
So
not
here's
gonna
Dante.
lie.
He is a good boy, even though he does look pretty menacing.
Careful, he
He'll
nibbles.
definitely keep people off your lawn, that's for sure. But yeah, finishing chapter 6.
That's
of the
definitely
season
not
journey
named after
will
Dan.
earn you Dante. And remember, you don't have to complete all of the tasks in chapter 6. You just need to complete enough to hit the reward level. So yeah, be sure to go in and claim him. And if you haven't already, be sure to claim Iris for Season 8 Blyle's Return already. Here's our season
Hey,
overview.
what up, Bearded?
Take a screenshot of this. This is
How you doing,
hosted on
buddy?
our blog. This gives you all the details you need.
It do be
for
an
Season
evil
9 since
dog.
there's Herodrum,
New
gives you a great
season journey
overview,
pet,
look at that.
Dante.
So you can definitely check those out. And if you enjoyed the Twitch drops on this stream, launching with our season on July 1st all the way through July 19th, you can watch at least 3 hours of any eligible Diablo 4 content creator, and you can grab the Glensoul Arbalest crossbow
They
for
should
the
have the
rogue.
date.
And
Range
if you want
is
some more
on that
details
screen right
we've got
there.
a Twitch Drops blog publishing after the show. But yeah, 3 hours with any eligible channel in the Diablo 4 directory. And you'll be able to grab that sweet, sweet crossbow skin.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Buckle up for that. And then we do have a very special delivery because also with July 1st is Charles Dunn's birthday.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
So happy birthday to Charles
thank you.
Dunn. With the season
my
start, we've got a very
God.
special cake presenter.
Oh, look who it is.
Yes, my birthday is July 1st, so
Yeah.
we're launching a whole Diablo season just for my birthday.
Yes,
so,
it's all for Charles Dunn.
Yeah. Adam getting ready for right at the end, and then Adam popped in. I was like, okay,
Yes.
now it's cake time. So there's Adam.
Thank you so much.
It wouldn't be a stream without a surprise. Adam appearance. Love that. So yeah, so you can celebrate the launch of the stream, and you can celebrate the launch of the season and Charles Dunn's birthday, which is fantastic. And then following the stream, if you did have some more questions or you just want some more Diablo 4 content, Aislinn Hall is going to be joining Nacho in the Sanctuary Discord for another edition of Burning Questions. So Aislinn's doing double duty today. Right after the stream, she's running back to her desk and then jumping in the Sanctuary Discord to answer all those burning questions with Nacho. And we will be rating Nacho's stream following this one, so you can stick around and just check it out here if you'd like that as well.
Yeah.
I do want to give a huge thank you to everyone involved with the stream. Thank you to production for putting everything together. Also, for those of you at home, thank you for being here and joining with us. I can't believe, I think Rich called it out. It's our 29th stream for Diablo 4, which is just crazy. Dan sticks around 3 hours later on the East Coast, so Dan's been staying up late with us throughout this week. So you all don't get to see how busy Aislinn, Charles, and Dan all are, and they dedicate a lot of time of their schedule to be here. So we really do appreciate you being here.
Why does it burn?
And thanks for tuning in. So yeah, July 1st, Season 9 Sins of the Harajam is launching. Check out those patch notes following the stream, and we'll see you all in Sanctuary.
Awesome.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
But I am going to blip over to the Discord here. Oh God. Hello, you guys. Welcome. I'm so sorry. We raided into ourselves, and that was very confusing for a second. But welcome in, you guys. So nice to meet you. I am Nacho Chips X. You can call me Nacho. It's such a pleasure to meet you guys. I've been streaming Diablo 4 since the betas, and we just got done with a little watch party here, watching the developer update. Oh my goodness. I honestly, there's so many things that I'm so excited for. I'm really excited to see all of the things that they put through to Eternal, most of all. I'm very excited for these Necromancer gloves, of course.
All right. So, yeah, it's actually decent looking. Season 4 looks like it's gonna be fun. Fun. So that'll be nice to dive into something that looks like it's gonna be a little bit more engaging as well. Yeah, no. Season 9 definitely looks fun. Okay, so with that being said, I'm going to take a short intermission and use the restroom, and then we're going to launch up some Path of Exile 1, and we're going to be farming some more Blight. First, we need to go there. Level 82, baby. Yeah, well, but see, here's the thing, right? The people that are trash talking are there, right? And they don't understand that, like, them being there is showing actions always speak louder than words, right? It's just 110% that your actions will always overdo whatever you say that comes out of your mouth, whether it's keyboard warrior or verbally, right? So them being there says that they want to enjoy Diablo 4. And they just are disappointed because, you know, for whatever reason, the changes and things that they're doing in the game just don't add up to what they personally want, which is okay. But what they don't understand is that small feedback. Yeah, I'm working on it. Appreciate it. That feedback that they're typing in the Twitch chat gets seen, but not too. Oh my lord. Hey Evo, how you doing? Thank you for the gifted sub to Why Do I Bother? Let's change this to Path of Exile. You getting into some more fork knife? But 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Spooker's good people. What? You crazy. No. It startles me. So not annoyed, startled. Because I forget sometimes. That doesn't happen very often, right? You know, I don't have hundreds of people coming and subbing all the time. So when it does happen, it still catches me off guard no matter what. But did we set that? We changed the game, yeah. I need to figure out if I can set some stuff on. Well, I had it turned down because a lot of the community said it's a little too loud on our side. So I turned it down for you guys on the stream receiving side, but for me it's still just as loud. So yeah, it startles me. Even though it's turned down to like 20%. Gosh, I need to copy this. I guess we could look over some of the patch notes, right? Oh man. Okay. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I need to get my pool set up. I need to get my pool set up. We have a 32 by 16 foot pool in our basement right now that we need to get set up. Okay. Give me a minute. We're going to use the restroom, and then we'll be right back, and we'll do some blight farming. Stay tuned. I'm gonna go ahead and run an ad, just for the sheer fact of saving you guys from ads while I'm actually playing. So we'll be right back. Okay, let's get it. Let's see if we can't set up a I don't know where that typed, but didn't type in my game. So hopefully we didn't send that to some crazy abyss of a world. That should be saved. So we'll go back to that. So tweak on chat, and then we'll. Okay. Sorry. Had a podcast question coming up. Okay, so let's see. Frags. Scarabs. What do we got? Do we got some breach? Not breach. Blight. Hang on a sec. Dang, that sucks. Why do I bother? I'm sorry. Okay, hello? Well, I mean, I guess you're gonna chill at home, I guess, since you don't want to go anywhere. There's a new emote with that one, that particular setup there. Why do I bother, by the way? Sorry, talking to stream. What time's your Gotcha. You always make plans with others, but never plans with me. I said something yesterday, but it's all right. I did, but it's okay. Really, what? I said something yesterday that we were gonna go out today. I mean, we didn't have a set time, but that was the whole reason of me telling you to make sure we get up at a decent time. But it's all good. I told your daughter I would take her out, so I'll take her out for dinner, and then we'll go get some ice cream after. No, you have to go in order to get ice cream. That's how ice cream works. You never go to get me ice cream. You go to get you and Ruema ice cream. I don't know. Where's open? Molly drops? Sounds like some drugs. We'll look into it, I guess. I need to add that. We'll figure it out. Love you too. Bye. There we go. Should be good to go now. Okay. Can we buy scarabs here? Faustus currency exchange. Scarabs. We don't need that one. Increase difficulty and reward. I don't even know which scarabs I should be running. See, do we have any blight maps? Did blight get adjusted back into the... No. Okay. Sorry. That would be pretty wicked, yeah. It's only a tier 6, so probably... Alright, so let's put this here. Reflect 15% of elemental damage. Okay, that should be fine. Should be fine.
Not just here to stare, I hope.
Oh, you're actually there with me. Okay, cool.
Long day.
Need to open POB and awaken trade. are we looking for? Gloves, worm scale gauntlets. We'll get those after this. We'll check it out, my friends. My friends, my friends, my friends to the end. So, stream will be going till about 6 p.m. Then we will be getting ready to take the kiddo out to dinner and some ice cream. And then we'll be back. Probably not live stream, but we'll be back to hang out in the Discord if you guys want to come chill. If it's purple, it's for me. Map is not that big, but oh man, we're gonna have to pay attention to which way the lanes go. It's branching Exile. Blight is trying to spread. No, you can't be spreading. Oh shit, that hurt. Get it. Oh damn, half my pump's gone. Gotta watch my pump closer. Oh no. Cheer? What you mean cheer? Cheer! Oh shit. That almost hurt. Gotta love Blight, baby! Cassia provides! Alright, time for the good loot part. God bless it. Well, I don't have a keyboard now. Oh. Long live that keyboard. Oh my gosh, now I have a numpad. I don't know if I'm going to be able to utilize this keyboard as a numpad. Oh, good afternoon, my dude. Guess you came in at a good time. Right after I got back from cleaning up my keyboard that I spilt coffee on, which probably be fine, but might be sticky afterwards. Thank God it's Friday, baby. Yep, TGIF, RIP keyboard. It is what it is. That's what I get for having coffee where I normally don't. What up, Gurney? I guess you missed me spilling my shit on my keyboard. Oh, that's super loud. That's a volume trigger. That's the first one. So I need scarabs, because if we really want to juice these blighted maps, we need scarabs. Blight scarabs. Oh, damn. max life, cold resist, and stun duration on enemies with an open prefix and an open suffix. That's a lot of life. Decent chunk of life. On the bottom right. Yep, that's the only one I had too. I have just over an hour before I gotta go out, so. Taking the kiddo out for dinner and some ice cream afterwards. Sweet.
Long day. Stay vigilant.
Okay, quad. That's tier 1 life. Tier 1 life, tier 2 cold res. And how do I adjust? Yo, what up, Mr. Green? Yo, what up, Crazy? Aw, that sucks, Crazy. I know the feeling, man. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out where I need to... Where's my color change? Can I change the color? Yeah, if you ain't following Evo Leia, you should be. Fix it. Thank you, Crazy. Oh, Jesus, where is... I guess I don't know where the damn keyboard, the key is for it. Uh-oh. A divine. Nice. Oh well, we'll figure it out later. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We gotta go to POE trade. Nice. Trying to figure out. Guess we gotta look at this. Let's see, where are we going?
Ahoy there.
Okay, we want maps. Blighted maps. We want let's see, maps. We want what, tier 11 through 16. A div per map? What? It says online only. Why are you offline? Times 3. They're all fucking corrupted. Fuck you. They haven't, they're all anointed, but they're not the anoints I want. Gotta love trading, my friend. Bama, bama, bama. Slamorious. I have 30 still. Got 22. Nice. Sure, why not? Ah, you got this. Fuck me, dude. Why did I do that? I just threw 4 maps away. That'll be nice. Awesome.
go on.
Shit. No, game over.
Well, a better you than me.
Game over, dude. You suck. Come on, man. Fucking visual clarity is awesome. I mean, the non-existence of it. Oh, what? Oh, you don't even see? I have no eyes. My eyes are closed. Might as well. That's how I feel right now. gonna actually salvage this run? No shot we Oh, and I die. Nope! Wrong. I wish I could build towers, but I can't stop attacking. Oh my gosh, bro. I actually think I might have fucking salvaged this fucking map. Holy shit. One fucking pump durability left. $11. We did it! Yes! Let's fucking go! Oh my lord. Whew. This is just the loot from the, like, the encounter, right? Then there's still all the blighted cis loots, like this. Go. Mesa map. Let's go. More loot, yes. Blight provides, baby. I actually can't believe I legitimately, like, do enough damage to carry a T11 map. That's what's baffling me right now. Oh my gosh. Murder boots. Damn! 19 chaos res with 131 life. Ooh, so close. Yeah, no, I'm just... Oh my gosh, am I gonna have enough? Hmm. The new poison quiver? Oh, nice. POE 1 or POE 2? Okay, well, we'll just do this. We'll get rid of the white maps. We don't necessarily need those for now. We can drop those for scrolls. Definitely don't need those. Let's see if we can't pick all this up. I think we're going to be short by 1. Yep, I knew it. We can pick up rogue markers later. Oh, that's a good, nice. Good leveling gloves. Damage, damage, damage. Yeah. No thanks. We got a couple more over here. And then we have 5 more where? Oh, up here. All right, that should be it, I think, unless we have another portal. Oh, we do have another portal. Let's go. Okay, so we got one more portal. let's try it again. There we go.
Launching Exile. Put out new Mycelium. New roots. Trying to spread. Launching Exile. Kneel. Trying to spread.
Oh shit, nope, no thanks.
Put out new Mycelium. New roots. Launching Exile. Put out new Mycelium. New roots. Put out new Mycelium. New roots. Put out new Mycelium. New roots. Do not let them reach the purification of this fine spread. You're making me nervous.
Oh shit, dead. Well, that was fun. Short-lived, but fun. Yeah, that's a no-go, my friend. It's a no-go, but we gained a level, so that's a plus. You want me to come help? Oh shit, you gotta go. Adios, amigo. Alright, Gurney, much love. Thanks for hanging, as always. Sounds good, brother. See you then. Right. Alright, brother, later. Yep. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay.
Long day. Stay vigilant.
So close. Okay, so we got... skills are we rocking? Flasks. What? We gotta do this real quick. Get it. Push-up redemption. So come on down. Let's knock him out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Dub 5. Let's get it. Wee-woo. All right, let's see. Yeah. Come on, baby. Oh no. Fuck. Say what? What up, PD? Yeah. Hi. Just running some Blight. Blight. Season 9? Of course you are. I do. Oh. I see. Well, that sucked. What's that? It's going pretty good. Just hanging out, doing some Blight on Path of Exile 1. And then actually getting ready to wrap it up here soon. Gonna be taking the kiddo out to dinner. Yeah, got a little bit, not much. How about you? What you getting into tonight? So did you watch the little dev interview? Gotcha. I I don't know about that, but yeah, we'll see. sense. Oh, yeah. From where? Oh, you're talking about D2R. Sure there is. Really? Nope. Arrgh. Yeah. Thanks, shorties. I was just looting a Blight map anyways. Wasn't much excitement going on. So y'all didn't miss much. But thank you. And how are you on this Friday, my friend? A new intermission screen? No. This is the intermission screen. Might alter it a little bit here and there, but generally speaking, it's good to be the same. Modded Minecraft with your son? Nice. Hell yeah. I was considering looking into playing some like Minecraft dungeons with the kiddo, with the daughter. So, I feel that, man. She's big into Roblox though, so might have to just start playing some Roblox. Okay, we got time for one more map, and then we gotta head out to dinner with the kiddo. We're gonna go to dinner and ice cream, and then we'll be back. I think we'll go live again tomorrow. For now. A sever? You mean a switch? I think you mean switch. Server. Okay, I was like, wait a second, huh? Whoa. Who's RHP? He comes in, hits the sub, and raids, man. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. How was the stream? What were you getting into? Some Path of Exile as well? Nice. Yo. Norathian. Welcome in. Thank you for following. Let's try that again.
Stay a while and listen.
There we go. Nora is fine? But whatever you like. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you for following. Died twice in one map. 1 bar from 92. Oof, that's rough. That's gotta be rough. That's gotta be rough. Yep. I think we're gonna run one of these ones. We don't want that. We don't want move speed. We don't want that, that's for damn sure. Oh, you out of here, Nora? Good night. Thanks for jumping in. Thanks for following. We'll see you around next time. 2 divs today, so you can't complain. Nice, nice. I have not dropped anything crazy, but... that one's okay. We'll take that one. Yep, we got this one more blighted map, and then we're taking off for dinner as well. Which way you going? We got boss towers there, and there. Kind of worried about building a bunch of towers here because you just never know where it's gonna go. Alright, let's just go. Start Blight encounter, let's go. We'll build after. Where you spreading? Same place. Nice, nice, nice. Branching again? Yes. Gosh, these things just popping in everywhere. Ignores summoning towers. Oh, now we got towers coming down the bottom. go. Back and forth. Tops and downs, bottoms and tops. Should be decent. Man, I love Blight. Oh, that hurt. Let's go. Oh shit. You tried to try me, baby. Ain't going down. The ice wall towers can definitely be the death of you. Huh? Nice.
Oh, go on.
Orb of Chance. Cassia provides, baby. Ooh, opalescent oil. Nice. I am smashing Blight. I love Blight. One of my favorite mechanics. It's been a while since I actually farmed the hell out of Blight, so we smash in Blight. I love it. As long as you know what you're doing, it always pays more than the cost of the map itself. And you can get pretty good XP early on. Like, if you can do red maps, like, the only thing you need to do these are 2 ring anoints, which would be like this ring anoint and this ring anoint. And that's fairly cheap, and you only need those anoints more so for like the Blight Ravaged maps, which are the much more difficult maps. But you could take off all your gear, not attack once, and triple amber oil. Yeah, I absolutely love I love Blight. I actually was looking for like a tower defense. I was looking for like a tower defense, you know, like the old school Marvel TD for Warcraft 3, for the Frozen Throne. Never really found like something that was as good as those ones back in the day, so I just decided, I'm gonna play some Blight in POE 1. That's about the same thing. It's only your second week. Yeah, you got a lot to learn, my friend. You wish they would add Blight into PoE 2? I think it'll come. We'll see. I don't blame you though. I definitely don't blame me. Yeah, it's definitely different than going back to PoE 1 versus discovering PoE 1. But let's see, I paid 3C for this map, and it already paid out more than I paid, right? Plus all the oils, the opalescent, which is worth more than 3C itself, but yeah, payout already paid more than what I've invested, so we're already in the positive. We still got a bunch of stuff that we could potentially sell, trade. The hardest part of going back to PoE 1 is no WASD. I'll be 100% honest. Like, that was the hardest part of switching back. But what was that? Hydrate from Lone K, thanks. Appreciate you. Oh yeah. BFOS. Yeah, fair enough. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, my W is my movement skill. Just shield charge, so. Oh, bro. I hope it cools down for you, because not having a Metris absolutely blows. Yeah, that's... No thanks, man. We're getting just below 100, which is... Yeah, dude. We get the humidity for sure, and I think it was 90 today? And that's not in an LLV, right? Yeah, 7:45 a.m. No, I get what you're saying. No, 100%. That is... It absolutely sucks, man, but... Yeah, it's been mid-90s for the most part all week. And today's my day off, and then we'll go back tomorrow. We'll see what it's like. Fortunately, my route has a Metris. But it's 6 o'clock. Gonna send you over to my favorite streamer. He's doing Righteous Fire. Also, very, very teaching, helping everybody else. Been 95 to 100 here, but thankfully, the last 3 days, it's been storming, so the temp has dropped to low 90s. You know, it's crazy, like, when I was over in Egypt, right, for my deployment, it was nothing to be like 115, 120 degrees outside, right? It was hot. Yeah, don't mind. It was hot, but low humidity, right? but it would drop. It would drop to like 60 degrees, 50, 60 degrees at night, and you would freeze. Like, you'd step outside in that 60-degree temperature, and you would be freezing. And it's like here, coming in from outside, 60 degrees, perfect, nice and comfy. Even 70. You know, even on like a warmer night where it'd be like 75 outside, after it being 120 plus, it would feel cold. And it's like, how the hell does 70 degrees feel freaking cold? So I feel that. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a stream after work. We'll probably be doing some more Blight, maybe some more farming, maybe some gear upgrades. But love you guys. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Bye. 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 And YouTube, thanks for you guys. Appreciate all the support. You guys hanging out over there as well. Don't think I don't notice it. I appreciate it. You guys